So I'm playing, well, I'm trying to play Microsoft Flight Simulator, a game I've wanted to play properly for a long, long ass time. And I can't get past this screen. And I'm noticing that my joystick is not working. This wasn't working earlier.
Enable screen narration.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. So none of the joysticks were working. Only 2 of the face buttons were working, which is kind of weird, I think. And you know what it was? Because I had played... Shut up! Because I... Thank you. Because I had played... Because I had played on my PC once, it saved that data, and it thought that maybe Matt wants to play on his Xbox with a mouse and a keyboard. He's a mouse and keyboard guy. He probably has a mouse and keyboard for his fucking Xbox. And they don't even ask you, would you like to change it? No. They just set you up here. And it's impossible to change with the controller. How stupid is that? So I had to go into my save data on my Xbox and delete it. That's not a great start, but that's very Microsoft. It's like they're brand new to software. Their name is Microsoft. All right, let's try to play this highly advanced game on a downgraded version of their current console. I have the Xbox Series S. Finally able to play it. I was really busy lately. First time I was too busy to fire up a new console. I think I had time, but I didn't want to. Game of the Year edition. Look at that font they use. Not this font. The Game of the Year font looks like a parent added that in 2004. Oh, I got this new titling system for my kid's birthday party. It's gonna look really good. I'm gonna put some titles on there. It's gonna be really funny, full of dad jokes. Slow internet connections. You'll need a constant connection for authentication. Best visual. All right. Well, I have a separate internet connection for my Xbox, so let's try that. It's not hardwired, but I didn't think I was gonna need this. Live weather, real-time air traffic, world streaming. Can you change that during the game? You can change your streamings at any point from the options, general to... All right, let's go. Aircraft systems, easy, sure. Let's keep it easy. Why not? I need to know inverted or not. Oh, I see. Here we move the menu with our right joystick, like a real pilot would. Yes. True to life. All this is. Sure, that's fine. Wait. No, I want to do it as hard as possible. We can change this later. True to life. Assistance and instruction will be offered during the flight by co-pilot. True to life is... Yeah, okay, how about middle ground? Mostly realistic, but I want some guidance. Apply and save. For a game that's its whole thing is being known as really, really beautiful, is like the menu is so ugly. So ugly. What's wrong with it? All right, where are we gonna go? World map. Let's go. I mean, everybody wants to check out where they live, right? So let's all right, let's explore. Departure airport. Vancouver. Well, so this is where I'm from, is above here. Vancouver. I'm from around here. Tofino is nice. I'm not from there. Victoria, I've lived. Nanaimo. Or we could go where I am now. Now I live. Can you find where you live on a map? This game must be really hard for Americans. Because I've heard that many of them can't find where they live on a map. This is like the Dark Souls part of the game for them. Oh, golly. Where do I live again? I live in Ottawa. I don't even know if I'd fucking recognize it, though. But we could try. And I used to live in Toronto. That might be kind of fun. I probably recognize more of Toronto. There's more to see. All right, let's go to Toronto. Let's go. Fly. No, you pick a runway, bitch. Okay. That's departure. And maybe we could fly from Toronto to Joss. How you doing, buddy? Let me pick my arrival, and I'll get to your question. Why don't we fly to Ottawa? That might be nice. That's a little flight. Okay. An hour and 53. That's not real, is it? You can speed that up, I think. Fly. All right. What I first think about the Xbox, I really like that it's a pretty affordable price to play these pretty powerful games. The joystick is incredibly loud. It's irritatingly loud. And so's the D-pad. Way too loud. The light was too bright. I am an old man, by the way. I'm an old cranky man. So I turned the light off.
Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra taking off runway 06 East departure.
Where are we flying from? Which airport? But I'm pretty impressed with like how powerful this system they say it is, and the games you can play on it. So, what do we do here? Do you also have an Xbox? Yeah, I ordered one last time I was having problems with Dead Rising crashing on me, or whatever game I was playing that was crashing. Serious Sam, I think it was Serious Sam was crashing too. Every game I was playing was crashing. How do you make all controls inverted? The console's very quiet. I can't even hear it. I have it a little bit away from me, but I can't hear it at all. This should be where I'm normal, where I'm not inverted. Flying a plane. This is my favorite thing about playing on a console. It's just graphics options, HDR, whatever, HDR. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to invert that. Why would it not be inverted? Because they're trying to please the little fucks that don't use inverted. You're flying a plane, bitch. You better get used to it. Cockpit camera, invert, or reverse. Cockpit camera height, reverse axis. But it's not. Is this not the cockpit camera? I think this might actually literally mean the camera. You know, maybe you're doing like I don't know, like you're taking a picture or something. So I put just like general options, generally invert the camera. This might be it. Camera selection, cockpit. Chase. I feel like it's going to be here. I think it's going to be here. We're looking for cockpit look down and up. Cockpit look down and up. Cockpit look up. There we go. Oh my God. Select an input. R down. Is that R down or is that R click down? That doesn't look like the arrow that's on top of that R. It's this one. This is already used. Yes. Oh my. Do I have to do all of them? Pick the direction you want. The opposite, then click validate. You got a series of warnings. Okay. What about, okay, for cockpit look. What about for all the other ones? Oh my God. You don't have a simple fucking invert? Cockpit look up. All right. So anytime we see this R down, cockpit look down, select an input. And have to scroll down here. You can't just type it onto your thing, onto your whatever, onto your right. Pitch drone up, external view, look down, slew pitch up. Validate. All right. Are there any others that have an arrow with an R? Apply and save, baby. Okay. All right. I think we're. Oh my God. I think we're good to go here. All right. Let's do it. the transponder. What's that button? There we go. Looks like the throttle. Uh-huh. Pedals. Parking brake engaged. Alright, no parking brake. I think we got the throttle pretty high. So let's go. To increase engine power gradually. So what was this thing that I did with my up and down? I don't know what that... I can't even read that. Why can't I zoom in? Throttle. Ooh, I like the vibration. Here we go. Oh yeah. 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 A little higher. Climb angle too low. Okay, alright, let's go higher. See, that's what's so cool about, like, this game is that all the physics for flying, they're all there, right? So... what's this thing crying about?
Toronto Island traffic, 4212 train miles west inbound, ILS runway 08.
Why is this thing whining? Alright, this thing really wants to just go down. Let's try to get up higher. Let's try to go through Toronto. To retract your flaps, take... okay. Oh, that's what the flaps are. Okay, that's what I was doing with my D-pad. Okay, flaps are taken care of. That was Toronto Island, so I used to live right around here. There's the big dome. Toronto Pearson International. Maybe a slightly different view so you could see a bit more. Might be nice. Camera selection. Cockpit. Chase. Cockpit. Chase. Alright, chase. Fine. It's a nice looking game. It looks good in this game and it runs nicely. And actually, I can understand the controls now that they're more laid out like this. I feel like all the things I need to see are there. And actually, I don't feel like the plane is trying to dive on me, you know? Airspeed above, 65. To reduce speed during climb, pitch the nose up slightly. Okay. See, you know what's just so nice about having this console is that, like, I was trying to play Flight Simulator on my, I was trying to play Flight Simulator. Hang on a second. Alright, so it's working. We're flying around Toronto. And we don't have to... oh, AI anti-stall. So we would have stalled doing that hardcore of the thing. So how do you know you would have stalled? Just, like, power, maybe? Turn the engine up, baby. Yeah, it's so cool because, like, the physics of it are all there. This is how a plane works. This is how it should ride. And the game, it really feels like you have to take it very, very seriously, too. Alright, let's try to find Bellwoods Park, which is a nice, big, green park. Pretty close to the water. On this side of the tower. Not near these farms or anything. How high up can we get? How do you know you're gonna stall? Is the AOA you're stalling or not? That's probably what that is. The AOA. No, the AOA is your pitch. Yeah. So I don't know what's. How do you know you're not gonna stall? Just don't do anything too drastic. I don't know what I'm basing that on though. Just don't be too drastic. Whenever your plane goes, wah, wah, maybe make sure your airspeed doesn't drop to a certain amount. Possibly. So funny, this thing's flying around with wheels. You couldn't put the wheels anyway? Okay, what if we just want to purposely stall? So maybe we can turn that up and then purposely stall and do like cool stalling tricks. I like the wind sounds. Okay. Can you look at a map? No, that's not it. Oh, we're inside. Sounds a lot different. But you can really fire through here pretty quick. This is great. I've waited so long to finally play this game. And I don't know how long I'm going to keep it on my console because it's so big. But probably for a little while. I ended up buying another hard drive. And I had a choice. I could buy an SSD, you know, for faster transfer. And maybe you can play the games off of the SSD. I don't know. That was $100, but it was only 500 gigs. So there was a Seagate that was 4 terabytes for 100 gigs. So I just got that, and then I can download all the games I want, move them over there. It'll transfer a little bit slower, but it's still a lot faster to transfer it from the external drive than to download it. So I'm pretty pumped about that. 4 terabytes. That's enough for like 5 games now. The guy working at the Staples told me. And I went on unboxing day and it wasn't even busy. How sad is that? And I'm just like looking up reviews myself, you know, and asking these guys questions because I was buying a router and a hard drive and they didn't even know the answers and they were just lying to me. One guy's like, this router has Wi-Fi 6. And I go, oh, that one says it doesn't. He's like, yeah, but it has IPv6. And I'm looking up like, well, those aren't the same. They both have, like, yes, the number 6 is the same. But they're not the same. Why must you lie? Because you don't know. You are becoming obsolete, which sucks, because I really want there to be people that work there that can help me, that I can trust their advice. I want there to be, like, super nerds that can say, this is the one you want, and it's going to do exactly what you need, but there isn't. And there's no one there because they can all buy stuff online, and also because of COVID. But it's because they don't pay people enough. You know? You can't, like... If you pay minimum wage at your retail store, you're not going to have people coming in who are experts in anything. Because they don't need to. If you were paying more, then they would want the job, and you could pick and choose, and actually pick somebody who really knows what they're talking about. Oh man, it's beautiful here. I should actually go somewhere where it's really beautiful. Toronto's actually not all that beautiful. What are those dots in the distance? Oh, that's where Ottawa is. That's where I'm supposed to go. I love this building in Toronto. It's sort of like half of a... I don't know what that is. Looks like a big breadstick. This is fucking awesome! And I got a whole bunch of awesome games to play too. I made a little notepad here. Where'd my notepad go? Oh, I restarted the computer because I thought my computer was the problem earlier when I was trying to stream this, but it's not. Anyways, I want to play Sunset Overdrive. I want to play Halo Infinite. That's Toronto. What's that? Oh my God, Ulfrin TV. Well, isn't that a great term? TV. That's Toronto. So where's... I should know this. All right. If you're in Toronto and that's the water, then Ottawa is this way. Ottawa should be this way. It should be just like straight up and over to the right. So it's probably one of those. All right, I am so... this is so great. I'm so glad I finally got an Xbox. You know, just like the ability to play Morrowind and just play a nice upscaled version of it, just like you would on a PC, but I don't have a gaming PC. But it should be like PC. The way that on a PC, you can just... There's no such thing as... They don't even say the word backwards compatibility because it's all backwards compatible for the most part. And if it isn't, you can buy it on GOG, right? I say GOG because I don't know if it's grand old games or good old games. It's probably good old games. It's not really a fun thing to say. Good old games. Good old games. So that's Toronto. That should be Ottawa there. Good old games. Ulfrin. Ulfrin. That name sounds really familiar. Are you that wolf guy that used to follow us? Or girl, or they? Anti-stall? Why anti-stall? Why? How do you speed up? Control options. Controls options? I guess because they are controls. D-Live. Oh, yeah, you run D-Live. Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be it. That's where I remember it from. How do you go faster? That's what I want. I want to speed up the time. Miscellaneous, maybe? All right. All right, so we increased the speed too fast and died. Let's try this again. So D-Live tanked? Interesting. Disengage parking brake, flaps off, engine on, baby. Let's go. Ground speed too low. There we go. All right. Let's fly. Come on. How do you just slowly climb with the joystick? I think we need more speed. All right. Maybe we need to be at about 50 knots to be climbing. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. We're getting some speed. Excellent. That's funny that it doesn't have the knots anywhere below 40. I guess you're not really flying if you're going below 40. That's how that works. Nice. The big dome. Rogers Center. That's where the Toronto Maple Leafs play. Actually, no. That's the baseball. That's the baseball place. Yeah, because it's a big dome. So I'm wrong. I was wrong about that. All right, let's go downtown. So this should be like the Lake Shore and the Gardener. Oh, it fucked up my camera. No, it didn't. It's just confusing. Where's Queen Street? We're gonna look for a big park. Is that it? Is that Bellwoods? No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. I want to find a big park. I remember them talking about this and like the developers saying every time people would fly, the first thing you would do is fly home. Which, on the one hand, sounds so romantic, like such a romantic idea. They would fly home. In other words, it's like, oh, you're only interested in in the entire world is, I want to see my house. But Stella's parents have got this big-ass building, so it'd be cool to see. And I cannot fucking find it. Whoa, 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 that looks like it. That looks like Bellwoods. But it might not be. I don't quite... Sometimes it's hard to tell if, like, the way they've rendered the ground is, correct, you know? Like, what's that? That's a highway? Or a junkyard? Like, what is that kind of... What's that road? Doesn't look like anything. Whoa, maybe it's like a train yard or something. Be cool to get Stella here, actually. Ah! Oh, big soccer field, okay. Alright. I feel like I should get a map out and like really try to figure this out. Turn the engine up. Come on, baby. Okay, here we go. This is near my house. I recognize these things. It's a really nice looking game. I was about to stall it, right, so I turned off my engine. Right. I guess if you have like too much engine power and you're doing too sharp of a bank, it tries to save you. Okay, let's find out where this field is. This cat... Oh, if you're watching the recording, we died. This is the Cascades Club. This is just... we take our dogs walking here. They wouldn't have a runway there. I guess they would for a seaplane? Crazy. All right, let's go. Status arrival. Let's fucking fly, baby. Cool. I mean, they got kayaks and stuff there. I guess they think they're pretty cool. Think that they can set up planes, flying and landing. I should have been looking at those controls. All right, here we are, just flying. Probably because the I don't know, because the actual size of the airport is not big enough there. What's that say? Ottawa. Gatineau. Rockcliffe. That's a really rich area in Ottawa. I got to play a music gig there for this wealthy guy. Oh, wow, I drive on this highway all the time. A beautiful highway. I think we got some ski hills. Let's go follow the river. I always feel like Flight Sim and SimCity are in the same world. And they all probably should have been using the same technology and kind of keeping up with each other and helping each other. Airspeed too high? Why? During approach of what? Don't tell me what to do. Maybe we can say the new McDonald's. Pretty big deal when you get a McDonald's in your village. There's a little highway that Stella likes to take, not the main one. My dad actually took flying lessons and got to fly a little plane like this and literally fly over his house. But he didn't, I don't want to land. Just piss off. He got kind of spooked by flying. He said it felt too dangerous. You make one mistake and you could die. So he didn't want to do it anymore. But he did it. He has flown. I wonder if it feels worse to have done it and then realize you can't. Nah, it'd probably be worse to just never have done it. So what do we got? Flaps, 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 flaps. We'll put those at 0 degrees. So I wonder if we'll be able to see my little village. covered bridge. Look how wide the river is here. Pretty neat game. Pontiac. That's an old name, eh? Pontiac. But then it being like the name of cars makes it sound really kind of cheesy. Pontiac. Where I think Pontiac is probably like an old Aboriginal name. Pontiac. It means graceful willow. We call our mid-range cars that. For people who want an okay car at an okay price. Bum, doo-doo-dum, doo-doo-dum, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What's that big red building? It's amazing when you look down on places and you see how close the water is to basically everything, you know? Like, and you see places that get flooded and you think, well, yeah, of course you get flooded. Look how close you are to the bloody water. Don't you care? Don't you care about your safety? I wish this thing didn't think I was constantly trying to land. I wonder how much detail it's going to show me on the ground. Probably this much. The water looks nice today. It's actually snowing where I'm from, so I guess we're not getting the real-time data. That'd probably be a lot of graphics for this thing to like fully cover everything in snow. Or can it just Photoshop that onto it? Maybe they just pick a... Generally, this is what it always looks like here, and they go with that. Cool. I believe this is my village. It's kind of hard to tell. But it looks like it, because this is where the river would widen up. It would be so nice if you could check the map while you're flying. Let's find out if you can. I did all this input work to bring up the map, and that's what the fucking map looks like. Zoom in the map. Alright, so we'll change it up. My games. Desperados, I love these kind of strategy games, so I've been meaning to try this. Halo Infinite, definitely want to play that. Master Chief Collection, that'll be fun. Stellaris, I love strategy games. Rainbow Six Siege, I'm a big fan of. Tetris Effect, wanted to give it a try to. 12 Minutes, I really wanted to give it a try to. Deep Rock Galactic, Horky likes that game. Cities and Skylines, I had so much fun playing the first time I had Game Pass. Dragon Quest Builders, I've heard tons of good things about. Frostpunk, another cool looking strategy game with the darkness of 11-bit studios, the guys who created This War of Mine. Octopath Traveler, yeah, I want to give that. Sunset Overdrive, my lover's Insomniac, that I've realized I love their shit. Playing Ratchet and Resistance 2 and Spider-Man. Dead Space, love to give that a go again. Fallout New Vegas, Far Cry 2 I've never played, Gears of War I've never played, Morrowind I want to see how that goes. The original Battlefronts run here for like a few dollars, come on, or were they a part of EA Play? I don't know. But they're pretty badass. But yeah, let's do Halo Infinity. That's how you pronounce it? Halo Infinite. Alright, Halo. Show me what you got. Got great reviews. Could be the game of the year. Actually, it's a good thing I'm playing this right now. Maybe it'll be my game of the year. That'd be hilarious. Yes. Version 6.110. Ooh, it's gonna be flying. Spoiler. Yeah. It's got a good vibe so far.
Would you humor me? If you knew how you were going to die.
Punch him in the gully!
How would you live your life differently?
Differently. Oh, Monkey Man.
My name is Atriox, and I am the last face you will ever see.
That's not how you kill somebody. That's how you set it up so someone can still live, you idiot, Atriox. It's a good thing you're so stupid. Oh, wasn't this from the very first teaser?
Warning. Pressure building in lines 4, 17, and 33. Pressure building in lines 4, 17, and 33. Pressure building in lines 4, 7. Protocol accepted. Breach detected. Breach detected.
Looks like you fell 2 feet. Oh. That's what Xboxes will look like in the future.
Okay, Daddy's listening. Can you say hi? Hi. And show Daddy how big you are. Can you say so big? Good. And can you sing?
Mary had
Good singing.
The kid looks like it's
How about I miss you?
7 years old.
And I love you.
It's talking like it's 3.
Good. And can you say I can't wait to see you again?
going to see you again.
Okay, now say bye-bye.
Oh, this guy's gonna die. Did he just get a beard since we first saw him in the beginning? Like, he looks more unkempt. I guess he did screw around and fall. He's crying. If I didn't have the subtitles on, that would have been more exciting. It's the chief. So is this guy going to be his sidekick the whole time? And he's like, come on, chief, you got to get me back. I got a kid. A really stupid kid.
This is UNSC Pelican Echo 216. Can you hear me? This is UNSC.
Yeah. That's cool. You have to wear the suit.
Looks like the main power cells are fried. Auto shut down. Triggering survival mode. I'm going to try to override. Okay. If you can hear me in there, I hope you're ready. Please don't die. Please don't die. Yes! 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 We're going home! Oh, welcome back, Chief. I rerouted what little power I had into your suit.
So this guy was waiting to go home, but he had to find the
I'm
chief
seeing
to
a
go
fault
home?
on the calibration matrix. At least I think it's a calibration matrix.
Now he
Okay,
knows he
follow
gets
the
to go
light.
home?
Look up.
Oh yeah, this is how you do inverting. There you go.
Now let's look down.
That's how you fucking do it.
That seems fine. Let's try right. And now left. Your visor feed and motor function seem to be operational. But it looks like there's a problem with the servos in your hands. Try moving it. Stay calm. You've been out there a while. I know I saw something in here to check the diagnostics on your armor. Whoa, 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 easy there, big guy. You're not...
Status report.
Status report? What? There's something you need to see, Chief. We lost. Lost everything. There's nothing left for us here. I don't even know where here is. No, no, no. Not then. Not again. We need to run.
I need a weapon.
Weapon? This is all I've got.
It's enough.
Wait, what? What are you gonna do?
Improvise. Close the door.
All right. So we're gonna go out there? That's what we're doing?
Oh, the main batteries are shut down.
Oh, I thought I
We're
was
stuck out here. You have one bullet against an entire army. What can you do on your own?
I told you. It's enough.
Just use the bullet.
I see. They're powering up a stasis beam. We can't
You work on the batteries. I'll buy us some time.
I don't believe it. You made it. Now what?
Alright, scan. Ooh, kind of like Metroid-y. Alright.
We can't go anywhere while that station.
What do we got here for video graphics quality? Performance. Performance or quality?
This beam is
You
active.
think it's gonna look much different? Let's have a look. Button layout. Video. Quality.
Then we shut it down. Stasis beam, weapons, all of it.
All of it. Shut it all down. You gotta have performance. It's all about 60 FPS.
What? How will you get back?
I'll figure something out.
I mean, you always figure you can get used to any kind of graphics. Horky! Yeah, I'm gonna have all the story spoiled. It looks pretty much the same to me. Master Chief. I've played Halo 1.
Humans are only still alive because they're dirty cheaters.
Eliminate? Chief, whatever you're planning to do it fast.
Plasma pistol. Feels pretty good so far. It feels different from like a regular game. You know? There's something different about Halo. Halo's got this big kind of soft, floaty feel to it. Could be because of the graphics and stuff. Halo 1 3 have a pretty good story. Yeah, I played Halo 1. I did the Flood and all that. That was a lot of fun. And I'm going to download the Master Chief Collection so I can play it, but I'm not too worried about the story. People die. If they die, they die. I know the story of the plasma pistol. Hey! Apparently this one's a bit more open worldy. Grapple shot. I miss these little fucks. Halo 1 gameplay aged a little poorly. This would probably be a lot better with a mouse and a keyboard, but this is probably the one shooter I don't really mind playing like this because that's how I first played it. That's what Halo 1 was all about. It was about bringing this first-person shooter experience to the consoles. I mean, I guess GoldenEye did it too, but this did it in a way that felt like all shooters do now. Oh, no, not the lighting! Don't waste all your energy on that door. What are you looking backwards for? Oh, because he was seeing how far back he could retreat. That's what he was doing. Not so tough after all, he didn't say. Good thing I had subtitles on.
We do not bow our heads.
That hologram.
I'm in his ass.
He led the attack on the Infinity. He was looking for something.
Something, huh?
He killed everyone.
I know. We met.
Atriox showed us the way. Together, we are invincible. We are the banished.
I like the visuals, like the visual feedback of aiming and getting the headshots and killing them. Feels pretty good. The way they move when they get hit feels pretty good. Oh yeah. Oh, look at them actually dodging. Look at that AI. What was that? Oh, Deathloop. That was the one we were playing recently where the AI was just like so bad. Yeah, that's the thing with like lighting and the visuals. It's like in the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition. Like just awful. Just completely changed the vibe of it. Yeah, it looks technically higher res, but way worse artistically. Dunk said, this is the best gameplay out of any Halo? Alright, well, I'll trust him. He's a big Xbox Halo guy. Pulse Carbine, yeah. 2 weapons in this land of Halo. I love the variety in the enemies already. You know, like different sizes, different movement, the shields and stuff. I think the slower speed of Halo works well with a console controller. The Mangler. Oh, this is like a big, sort of like a big revolver. Right, I had that one before. I didn't really like it. Pulse Carbine. Enemy AA in the original felt really impressive. Oh yeah, like I definitely remember that the most in the original game. How it felt like it was, you would strategically kind of come up with these arenas. There'd be places to hide. The enemies would actually use the ability to hide. They would use their shields. You know, you could use grenades. They'd run from the grenades. They'd throw grenades at you. Like it really felt you were in kind of a death match with the enemies.
How do we stand a chance against all this? The banished won already. We could be the only 2 humans left alive out here.
You know we must repopulate now. Master Chief, get back here and make love to me. I need you to come into this cup. Flush enemies out of cover. Yeah. Assault rifle auto. What do we got here? Pulse carbine. I like the pistol just for the power. And then, oh yeah, because you have like similar to resistance, like the different types of weapons, right? Energy weapons, physical ones, having like the different properties of that, different ammo and stuff. And just, I like how the enemies are really big. You know, kind of reminds me of StarCraft. How, like, Command & Conquer and Age of Empires, there was a lot of little tiny enemies with like, detail, but they were small, and they looked kind of realistic. Whereas StarCraft went for, like, big, kind of cartoony, larger-than-life. That's what this one feels like, too. The enemies are... The enemies are big, and they have a lot of personality. This would be really fun co-op. Oh, do they still do co-op? blast coil. Fighting the elites over the brutes. Yeah, the brutes, they take a lot, so I don't know if I need to like find out the right weapon to hit them or hit them in the head or something. Pick up a blast coil. Throne fusion coils. Okay. Mangler. Oh, until next year? Yeah, I mean, to render 2 games at the same... Oh, no, that's if you're on split screen. But they don't even have, like, online co-op? Nice. I haven't played any Halo since Halo 1. Maybe a little bit of Halo 2 when it first came out and everybody was playing online. I felt like a modern game developer when I was when I released my digital album, and then while I released it, and like we're selling even CDs, I was still like, okay, I can make this better, and just upgrading it, and then telling people, so yeah, if you downloaded it the first day, go back, it's now remastered, and this song's gonna be way better. But that's digital life, right? You can do that. Let's see, Halo introduced that whole idea of hiding and getting your shield back. I love the way these guys react to getting hit. It just feels like there's so much you can use that as part of the strategy. Oh, yes. Well, this one is actually doing pretty well. Just like, if you have to take on a bunch of these guys and they have cover and they can attack you and stuff, to be able to like use that as part of your strategy of just hitting them in a way just to almost disable them from, you know, stun locking. That's really fun. Just a little secret. And so your story ends, Chief. You touch the red stuff. Did I get my needler? Oh no, no needler! Oh no! Oh fuck. Whatever, this thing's more powerful anyway.
I'm under fire.
Now we hide and wait. I do like how Doom brought back the idea of being aggressive to get your health back. And the way the enemies are always sort of communicating information about themselves, which is not a good strategy. Ah! But works for me. Ooh, nice one. Yeah, man, just grab Game Pass for a month at a time, and I mean, there's so many awesome games on there. Like, I got... What am I going to be playing? I got a little notepad here. I'm going to be... So today I've played Flight Sim. I'm going to play this Halo. There's that game 12 Minutes. Sunset Overdrive. Desperados. Gears of War I want to play. Dead Space. Far Cry 2. City Skylines. Psychonauts 2 is on the cloud. Katamari Damacy is on the cloud. Myst is on the cloud. Skatebird! And... Yeah, and then the Halo collection. Oh, no. It struggles. Fuck off, man. Well, I don't need to play the whole thing. I just kind of want to get a fun idea for it. See how good it is. So far, pretty fun. Feels pretty similar to Halo 1. Oh, Sable, yeah. Let me add that. That's probably on the cloud.
Even from beyond this life, your will is served. Your forces occupy the ring. Within hours, it will be under our control. Humanity will cower before your legacy. They will burn. Their prayers and defiance will be all but a memory.
Everyone will have voices like ours soon.
We have a new problem.
We need to get out of here.
I'm working on it.
Work faster. These pelicans nearly on board and the power's still out. Don't let them get me.
Leonard! Wow, mention Lena Saman, he will appear. Oh. I mentioned you like a millisecond before you arrived. Oh, he got me. Oh no, I don't. That didn't look so great after. Speaking of like best games of 2021, I forgot about.
Work faster. These pelicans nearly on board and the power's still out. Don't let them get me.
I forgot about Ratchet and Clank. That's got to be my game of the year. Returnal was a fun one. Metroid Dread. That guy's still alive? After a direct plasma thing to the brain? Yeah, my next gen mini is pretty awesome so far. Although I will say the controller feels not. It's really loud. Like the when I was just playing at night and I was trying to like organize what games I was going to be playing. The left joystick is so loud, and the D-pad is really loud too. Like the way the left joystick clicks when you go down, and the D-pad is ridiculous, ridiculous. But yeah, it does feel good actually. Bone conduction. I'm in your head, Horky. Kill, 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 Horky. Yeah, 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 yeah. This game just looks like an original Xbox game in terms of like the level design. It's just a big area with things to hide behind and very clearly go to the end and push the button. No, is that actually not what we're doing here? Sure feels like it. Oh, it's over here. Enemies nearby. And where are they? Master Chief doesn't like to hack when there's enemies nearby. He gets embarrassed. So who put giant Tony, fake Tony Soprano there? Just somebody, and then they left it? Like, you know how, like, older games, when they were still figuring out the camera and stuff, they just made these areas so big. Just to make it easier for your character to be in there. Enemies nearby. Great. Hello? Why do they have wind going past you as you're running slowly inside? Oh, that's a good one. Oh yeah, that blows the fuck out of these guys. I think that's it. Nice one. The master. Well, that's cool. So you can sort of use the momentum of it to fly around. Loop Hero, I gotta try that. Be nice to try a few before we have a little chat about
requires a hack.
top games. Strategy and looping?
No. New plan. Scuttle the ship.
You are going to destroy this ship with us in it? I'm going to die here.
There are cooling pipes running towards the main engines.
So?
I'm gonna warm things up.
Oh yeah, give me those drums. Give me those drums.
I'll show you how a real fighter does.
Yeah, why is this guy so immune to this stuff? It's made out of his mama's vag juice. That's why. Maybe he's susceptible to the mangler. Yeah. Seems like it.
Make them pay.
Yeah, I thought the plasma would
Did it work? Nothing seemed to happen.
like supercharge it up and hit him right in the face with it.
Well, hurry. I can see them. Brutes. The little things. All waiting. Don't let them get me, please.
Ooh, hit him in the leg. That's fun. Oh, right in the back. Like the coward Jesse James. This thing seems to work pretty well on them. Their own weapon. The one that they carry. I know that plasma one's their weapon too, but that's for little guys. So I wonder if this is gonna have like perks and stuff, you know? Upgrade. Let Master Chief double jump. Have X-ray vision. That kind of stuff. I mean, it is open world. So, Lena, you didn't get to the part where it's changed. Oh, you did? So that happens pretty soon.
Get ready.
Okay, okay. Fire up those engines, Chief. Maybe we'll survive.
I love that he can one hand grapple, the other hand shoot. Ah, this is the thing that I thought I was going towards.
Report.
Oh, it's you.
Spartan. No. Something better. The Master Chief returns.
See, this idiot like 20 minutes ago thought he killed you
Thought you did.
by lightly dropping you into space.
Here you stand. Humans call you their savior.
Or did that happen a long time ago? Like, was that the story from the last game? It's quite confusing.
Vanished. Pray. Destroy this craft if you must. It matters not. The banished will hunt you down. Pursue you wherever you run.
Who is that? Do you know him?
No.
Well, he knows you.
What?
He knows all about you. You need to hurry and get back here. I don't know how long this ship will hold together.
We know him. We just talked. We just told this guy that we already know that guy. Why can't I shoot or change my weapon? What the fuck's going on? Something happened and I can't... Oh, that's a new guy? Oh, he looked exactly like the other guy. Atriox. Yeah. I can't change weapons. I can't throw grenades. All weapons out of ammo. Okay. Does that not say 8 of 48? Fuck off. Well, I guess we just run. Yeah, at least we have good meat. I think the game doesn't even really want us to shoot. I think the game just wants us to be like sort of exciting, and so it's like, we're just gonna have them not be able to kill you, and they'll go down easy. So easy that I cannot even shoot right now. Maybe they disabled my weapon somehow.
Disruption
Uh-oh. I like that you don't get sucked right to the grapple. It's more of like a... It just pulls your body and you can use the physics of it. It's pretty fun.
What was that? He felt bad. Even the banished seemed great.
Yeah, well, there was that big thing going on a few years ago with the composer like not getting credit or something for the Halo stuff or the royalties.
Where are you? The Pelicans surrounded. They're... Oh God, they're trying to get in.
On my way.
I played some Flight Simulator, which ran pretty well.
Even the banished seem great. We are running out of time.
The batteries.
Charging slowly. I don't know. It's gonna be close. Too close. Okay, so 90 seconds till full charge. I hope this place holds together that long. Charge faster!
Yeah. Very good. I need guns the whole way. I felt that one. Yeah, Psychonauts 2's on Game Pass. You can play it on the cloud even. Yakuza 5's on Game Pass. I might just play it there. Then not have to buy it on PS4. PS5. So, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I'm actually kind of looking forward to the turn-based one. Just for something different, and hopefully some strategy, just to make it more interesting.
Chief, you still with me?
I'm here.
Okay, give me a second. I'm coming to get you. Welcome back, Chief. Okay, let's get out of here.
I'm getting Xbox alerts on my fucking computer. It's weird. That was genuinely fun, solid. It felt like a very old game. But in a good way.
Locate UNSC Infinity.
UNSC Infinity. Class, Supercarrier. Crew size, 7,150. Not found.
Near field perimeter scan.
1,986
technology.
UNSC tags detected.
Status.
Deceased.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always going to be kind of conscious of that, like on the Series S, how
Atriox assured us of his death.
What's the downgrade?
Are you not angered? No.
But at least I don't have to actually mess with any settings, you know.
Invigorated. You promised us revenge, superiority, renewal. He threatens everything. Do you question my leadership? Atriox's vision. Atriox is dead. It is his fault that we are stuck here. The banished will never bow to anyone again. Not the Covenant.
They call themselves the Banished?
Not her. This ring will be operational. Please. There. You will have your revenge. Blade Master. Follow the Spartan from a distance. I want to know everything about him.
Accept.
Encrypted message found.
Read.
Attempting decryption. Decryption failed.
Locate message source.
Triangulation in progress. Triangulation in progress.
We're done, right, Chief? If we stay out here any longer, they're gonna come back. They'll find us, and they'll kill us. What is it you're searching for?
Match found. Signal located. Waypoint uploaded.
There's nothing there. You're looking in the wrong direction. We need to go home.
Plot the waypoint.
Requesting manual flight control override.
Do it.
Autopilot engaged.
Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Why would we go down there?
The Banished plan to wipe us out. All of us.
And what? You think we can stop them on our own? I told you. We lost. We need help, not heroics.
No. We do our duty. Protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I can't be the only...
Entering atmosphere. Autopilot disengaging in 5.
We have a new mission, soldier.
4.
What is it? What's down there?
3.
A weapon.
2. A weapon?
1.
How many guns do you need? What is wrong with you? Remind me to never pick up a Spartan. This is a terrible idea. They're coming for us. All of them. Incoming. All directions. It's not safe.
Go back.
Okay.
For fuck's sake. So yeah, there's some kind of like weird glitch going on here. Reddit's best for that, but you don't get alerted. This is so... Yeah, didn't they say this was going to be like a 10-year game? So I guess if I restart the current mission... I can throw grenades, and I can do that. Oh, now I can do this. I wasn't able to do this before. You ever just need to kill somebody and grab a new weapon? There we go. Okay. I said to ditch my glitched weapons. Yeah, the multiplayer looks pretty fun. Which was the free one that they put out? Was it the campaign or the multiplayer?
Heads up. Lots of banished craft heading your way.
Nice sounds. Whoa, cool.
More reinforcements. This weapon of yours must be worth it.
I like that they speak English. It's very polite of them. So the multiplayer is free. Oh, okay, cool. So that way you can play with your friends, no matter if they have the game or not, and then that might convince them to buy the single player. It's pretty cool. Also means they can put in microtransactions, right? Because it's free, they can put in whatever they want, and they can try to make a lot of money off of it.
Careful, Chief. Another dropship on your location.
This gun sucks.
This whole place looks like it's dying. Like it's clinging to life somehow. How is that possible?
Each ring is different. I see an entry point in the wall ahead.
Get in there.
Yeah, this weapon's
Find this weapon. Then we can go.
Oh, oh,
right?
oh, 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 oh. What do you got? A Ravager. Yeah, this one's really good. Yeah, anytime you hear them say something is free, then you go like, oh, well, nothing's really free, so what's the cost? Something has to be the cost.
Be careful. They're still coming. You really pissed them off back there. Look at this place. It's beautiful. And broken. Very, very broken. I need to move. There are banished ships everywhere.
So I guess we're not quite on the in the open area. It's a fun little fun environment. No! 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 Master Chief was so close to saving the entire galaxy, and then he fell. He fell down.
Look at this place. It's beautiful.
Oh no, we already heard this.
And broken. Very, very broken. I need to move. There are banished ships everywhere.
Son of a bitch! His only weakness is his clumsiness. That's how we'll defeat Master Chief. Have lots of places he can fall. Look at this place. It's beautiful. And broken.
And broken. Very, very broken. I need to move. There are banished ships everywhere.
They know that you're reloading. How do you dodge these guys? Yeah. No! Yeah, he's not a, because he's not like a superhero. What's his deal? He's just really tall. Was he is he like a super soldier? Has he been modified, genetically modified?
Look at this place. It's beautiful. And broken. Very, very broken. I need to move. There are banished ships everywhere.
He's American. He's American. He eats big meals. He's from Wisconsin. He could have been a football player. Instead, he's just a wimp in the army.
We'll kill you if big hero. Your shield can't.
He's supposed to be 7 feet tall plus armor? Oh my god. This weapon is good. Oh, what? Didn't one shot the little beanie baby? It's hard to know what kills them. I guess as long as you have the feedback where you know that they've been killed. That's what matters. Like an X showing up. Just them saying lots of them. Or maybe a death knell. I died from a little guy. Look at this place. It's beautiful and broken. Very, very broken. The Halo books are good. I read the Shadowrun books and Wing Commander books. There were some really good ones. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how they give so many authors a chance to work on that stuff. I was watching a review on the Ultimate Warrior comic book, and the first 3 comics look pretty good, and then the end of the 3rd comic ends with an ad looking for artists, and saying all this weird stuff like, if you don't have an ego, and you don't want all this bullshit about owning the work, then come work for us. And then like the next issue comes out and it's in black and white because they didn't even have the money or the time to, or the want to hire proper illustrators. These guys rolling around. Are these guys the elites?
I will bring you suffering beyond words.
God, this game feels so much like Destiny, eh? You can really see where Destiny is like such a evolution of Halo, but from the same DNA. From the same bucket of cum. Yeah, I guess so. But just like the way the enemies are and the way they move around, and I just like the way they shoot. The enemies have like very clear AI of them being able to hide, defend themselves, shoot, have a melee attack. It's all very clear. Fuck me in the fucking ass! I guess I did know how I was gonna die. I thought I was good at platformers. Apparently not. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Yeah. Alright. We actually might be able to get out of this. Come on, Batman. No! Oh, yeah. Oh. Hey, all right. Oh, we're down here. Okay, cool. Yeah. All that died was my progress. This looks very Halo, Destiny E. Halo-y and Destiny E. Oh, a light bridge. Do you think that game developers consider how much you're just going to be running past stuff when they think about what should we bother writing and or like creating detail of? Out of ammo. Yeah, dying. Hades, they know you're going to be rushing through things, but you're also going to be seeing them a lot. Like you're going to be going through those things over and over again, but also rushing. So that first area needs to look amazing. Holy shit. This gun is no good. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Like, there was a lot to look at as I was running through these areas, but just kind of going... Oh, yeah. This is much better. Let's stick with this mangler. Ah! Oof. That is a shield. No. No. Oh no, we're okay. That's on PlayStation. That means a crash is a coming. This thing's pretty effective. Takes away their shield right away, it seems like. It's weird that this thing has a zoom in, but it almost looks like it has like an auto aim.
This is Forerunner, right? I've heard the stories, but man, this is crazier than I imagined.
What's crazy about it?
Dumb question. How do you know this isn't a trap?
I don't.
Great. I hope this weapon of yours is worth the risk. I'm reading multiple enemy ships heading this way. Too many. They're running on it.
It's been 6 months. Where have you been?
What happened? Where is Cortana?
The rogue AI known as Cortana is gone. She's been deleted.
Oh my god, check the trash.
How? By you?
Of course not. Did you hit your head or something? Don't you remember? My instructions were to enter this installation, imitate Cortana, and lock her down for retrieval. Yours were to take her back to the Infinity for deletion. So if it wasn't you... Okay then. There's something else. On successful deployment, my deletion routine was supposed to complete. Still here.
Good.
Good. My programming failed. I'm not supposed to be here. You need to delete me.
No.
No. I was created for one purpose, and that purpose is no longer needed. My mission is over.
We have a new one. The Banished are planning to fire this ring. We need to make sure they don't.
First of all, what's a banished? Second, you may have noticed that a significant piece of this installation has been damaged, making that impossible. And third, to fire this ring, they would need an activation index. Cortana had the index. I had parts of it as well.
Something stopped your deletion. We need to find out why.
But this wasn't the mission.
The missions change. They always do.
Are you sure?
I am playing. It's really creepy that I'm getting all these fucking
Did you do that?
No.
Halo notifications on my computer.
I need you to understand. There's not much time.
If you knew how you were going to die, how would you live your life differently?
I don't know. Play less Xbox?
That voice is Cortana's.
No, it's not her. Just dust and echoes.
What did you say?
What? It's just pieces of data cycling until they run out of power. It's all around us.
It surrounds us, penetrates us.
I was called an emotionless automaton. They saw the faces. 75 healthy subjects, handpicked by me, perfect for the program. They will not all survive. I understand that and have made peace with it. Mostly. There is one subject that I find myself hoping does live through this. He is perfectly suited for what is coming.
I wonder if this would be more meaningful if I knew more about Cortana, other than like Lena saying mostly knowing her as from Halo 1 and being on my Windows.
He has been assigned a number. 117.
up ahead. I can feel it calling out to me.
Takes more than that to break us.
These are the banished.
Affirmative.
They smell even worse than I imagined.
How does she smell?
Smell them.
Well, an array of sensors in your armor can, and I analyze the input. You smell fun, by the way.
I wonder if you do more damage if you aim. It always feels weird to aim. In the high-low. Huh? There's some real aiming. Looks like a big dolphin.
Look, over there. That's the source.
The bridge is out.
Yes, it is. Maybe there's a way to power it back up nearby.
Plant a power seed. Unzips pants. I got your seed of power right here. The first real test. Plant a power seed. Crucible.
I don't have access to the short-range scan. You'll need to activate it manually.
You feel like to fully enjoy Yakuza 5, you really have to be aware of, like, you have to kind of pace out your own fun, in a way. You have to do your own pacing.
Is it safe?
I think so. Yes. It's safe. This is part of me. I don't know why. I don't know how, but it is me. It was the last part I remember being deleted. Let me just... You are here because you were chosen. Our enemies are getting smarter and more numerous every day. What I am about to show you will help turn the tide of war. I have been working to harness the strategic power of a shipborne AI onto the battlefield. Are you ready?
Yes, Dr. Halsey.
Unlike previous AI models, she will reside between your mind and the suit, directly communicating with your neural interface. Think of her as a new set of eyes to aid your reactions and upgrade your reconnaissance. She's not the driver, but a way to level the playing field.
What do I call her?
Ask her. She named herself.
Hello, Master Chief. I'm Cortana.
Together you become our newfound hope. Together, you become our key to humanity's survival. She will do anything necessary to make sure that your mission is accomplished, even if that means sacrificing herself or you.
Isn't it weird that you have this like
Accomplish it.
pretty girl who is a part of you and calls you master and says
What happened?
she'll sacrifice anything to do whatever you want, and has this like bulging crotch.
It's just data. It's just here. Clusters of recursive code. But this, on the other hand, this is the framework I use to trap Cortana. It contains a copy of the activation index, at least fragments of it. What should we do with it?
Do we need it?
Well, based on what you've told me so far, the bigger question is, do the Banished need it?
Do it.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
That was... something? Let's go.
Clusters of recursive code. Yeah. Oh, I'm so tired
Something?
from all this
File
AI
that's been
work.
unlocked
My
that
RAM
no
is
one can
low.
access.
We need a route out of here.
I mean, my computer can act like it's
There's
tired.
a breach close by. It should lead us to the surface.
We programmed the AIs with the ability to look fatigued as to not cause alarm, and to cause more empathy for the connection between Chief and AI. We used a lot of clusters of recursive code to do this. Make a bridge.
Give me a second, and I'll get this bridge activated. We've got company, Chief. Meet me at the plinth up ahead.
The plinth.
Surprise you!
This thing shoots bloody fast. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum.
Regiment's taking hits!
Well, I think she's supposed to be kind of the enemy, right? Like, he was suspecting that she kills Cortana. You know? So, I think that's what's gonna happen. You kinda deserve it.
Cornelius will know my name when I bring him your...
We've got company, Chief. Meet me at the plinth up ahead.
You got it. Plinth. Yes. Yeah. Fuck off. Oh, yeah!
Surprise unit!
Oh, nice. We made some progress. Sort of.
Here goes nothing!
The one that feels really overused for me is when people are like talking to each other and they're trying to be cute to each other. When they're like, oh, I mean, it's like, yeah, kind of like this. And no one ever talks like that, ever. People might be distracted, but they never go like, yeah, I mean, yeah, just like that. Such in some dumb romantic movie I was watching. It's just, that's not how people talk. People almost always just go like, they pretend they know what each other's saying. Yeah, that's right, yeah. That's really how adults talk. Because we've been so desensitized to everything. Where we barely even listen to each other. Yeah, you're right, We're not like, yeah, I've got so much anxiety. Nice, this one stuns them. They know about my blue lady? Yeah, it's because Russia's poisoned their water.
Not the type to waste any time, huh?
No.
Noted. Let's go.
Oh, look, our relationship is building. My plan was to stand there as long as I could. I have reached the threshold. Man. Yeah. These guys are so fun. They're basically just like gremlins.
You must die!
It'd be nice if you had like kind of a dash or something. Their shooting is kind of a mix of like hit scan, you know, when you're playing Call of Duty and bullets are traveling really fast. It's slower than that, but it's way faster than like Doom projectiles that you can dodge. It's not like slow bullet hell where you can dodge a lot of it, but it seems to be like it can be pretty hard to dodge some of the ammo. You just have to have cover.
Here we go.
What's this thing? The sidekick?
No.
What's wrong?
This gravity lift should be powered up. We need to find a way to bring it back online.
I don't trust this girl.
What madness is this?
Power seed.
You have no tact.
Are you a power seed? Why, yes, you
This
are.
object, it's part of the ring's life force. It's called a power seed.
Yes, I know.
All space, all time. Stars, swelling,
Cortana has a lot of space poetry. Will you come to my open mic, Master Chief? I'll read that piece all space, all time. Very poetic. Good job, Cortana.
Chief, stop. How is that a Spartan? We need to find out what happened.
Mjolnir?
She was carrying
Is that the name of Thor's
enhanced
hammer?
shield module. Let's see what I can find out about her. Accessing. This is Spartan Bonita Stone, recon specialist. Her vitals have been offline for nearly a month. Cause of death was an energy blade, but different, stronger. A single strike. She never saw it coming.
Ah, that's good. Not very good at recon, if you didn't see it coming. Nice try.
We're here. That elevator should take us to the surface.
Yeah, and co-op would be really fun with all the shield stuff. I don't quite know the best way to deal with all those shields.
We're here. That elevator should take us to the surface.
Maybe I need to stay in cover more. So the skulls make things more powerful. Maybe the disruptor's good at the shields. Shoot them in the legs? Or just go up and whack them?
Break too strong.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was reading a review about this game, and somebody's saying how one of their favorite things in the original Halo games was to replay missions and use the skulls and, you know, make explosions bigger and stuff, and how they replayed the missions so many times on the different difficulties that they could basically do the thing, like just see the mission in their head. They knew it inside and out. And with it being more open, you're not going to have that. It gives you something to do. You know, play co-op and try to do the missions as tough as possible and get to know them and use the power of having two people. It's amazing that I'm playing Halo, what, 20 years later, and it's the same enemies, and it's the same two-weapon layout and the same weapons. On a pretty similar controller. On a controller that used to be called S. And I'm playing it on Xbox that has S in its name. think I'm about ready to move on. I haven't got to the open part yet, but let's see what else is going on in Game Pass. Wow! I think I'm not going to buy anything on Game Pass. Not on Game Pass, sorry. Which I'm definitely not going to. I'm not going to think I'm going to buy anything on PSN. I'm so pissed at the way they didn't offer any refunds for that Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition. And yeah, I know I played it a bit, but fuck off.
Well, it was. The seed is missing.
But I'll buy physical games to play on my PlayStation, but I'm never going to buy anything on PSN. And I'm going to start a hashtag, and the world will follow my lead. And then when I build up a big following, they'll go, well, this guy played a bunch of it, streamed it.
Genetic repositories, Forerunner storage vessels, Silexes.
How do you know this?
I was stuck in that room. That should do it. Let's get back to the elevator.
Sorry, you were telling me a story, lady? Press square square.
How many now?
How
16
many?
systems shut down so far. Seemingly random locations. I'm attempting to lock her and the others out of the main...
You will not be able to stop her. She knows more about how this all works than, well, anyone.
Dr. Halsey,
John.
what's the plan?
The plan? Right now, we are in survival mode, again. Cortana's message has spread across the galaxy. Most sentient AI are siding with her.
Against us?
Yes. But maybe not you. Tell me, John, what was the last thing she said to you?
She said, goodbye.
John!
Goodbye. That word has stayed with me. It has been nearly 4 months since Cortana's attack. Since that day, we have been constantly moving, trying to stay one step ahead of her. Any plan we make is risky, to say the least. This one... goodbye. She needs to be destroyed. As I say these words out loud, as I formulate the plan, I have one question. Can John do this? Can we all rely on him to do what is needed? To kill his friend?
We're coming up on reach, Dr. Halsey.
And Blue Team?
Ready. You coming to say goodbye?
No. Tell Master Chief to report to me when he has completed his mission.
This is Combat Medic, Lucas Browning. If you find this, you need to understand. They forced me to help them with it. Whatever it is. They brought it up from whatever's below. When it opened, God, it was something different. I've never seen anything like it. You need to believe me. It's not my fault.
It wasn't your fault. All right, psychologist from Good Will Hunting. Here's my game notes. That wasn't properly formatted like it was on my notepad. Flight Sim, New Halo, 12 Minutes, Sunset, Desperate Hose, Gears of War, Dead Space, Far Cry 2, City Skylines, and then on Cloud, Psychonauts. Also on the Cloud, Katamari Damacy, Miss Skateboard, and Sable. Skatebird. Yeah, Katamari can play in the Cloud, too. How cool is that? My hand. My hand. Is Katamari an EA game? Is that why it's on there? I did like a... Because it's... Your first month is free, so I just did the Super Xbox Game Pass where you get games with gold and you get all the EAs.
This isn't Forerunner. It identifies as banished.
Can you operate it?
In my sleep. Not that I sleep, but... Oh! I don't need to. It's already on its way down.
Incoming.
But what if it's a friend?
It isn't.
Boss battle?
That you should be brought before him. He did not specify in how many pieces.
Oh, very good joke. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, the Needler's so satisfying. Hydra!
You were right. He was not friendly. By the looks of him, he was some sort of leader. They called him Tremonius.
Not anymore.
That's almost funny.
I repeat, multiple banished craft are converging on your location. They're coming for you.
Sierra 117. Understood.
I've been trying to reach you. You vanished. I thought I was on my... Okay, I got your location. On my way. Be ready.
Yeah, I haven't had a long look at the games with gold to see what I need there. I don't know if I'll be playing online with anybody. Like, I did get... Oh, Deep Rock Galactic's on Game Pass, too. Hey, Horky Sporky. And I'm not going to be playing on PC, so I don't need any of that. And I don't know about EA Pass. Maybe I'll play all the EA games first, just to get those out of my system. There are upgrades.
Another Silex. But this one's open. What do you think was in it?
Another problem.
Why so cynical? It might be something good.
Trust me, it won't be.
Attack map. Upgrades. Grab shot stuns grappled enemies. Shield core. Shield capacity. It's not really that fun. That's it? Nothing else? Stunning them would be good. Grapple shot cooldown. Well, at least I can give Deep Rock a try and see what it's all about. Alright, this might be a good place to stop, eh? End game for all players. And to all a good night. We could play some other ones. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see. Sunset Overdrive. Oh. Right, Sable's on the cloud, so we can play it like that. So I think you go... Sable on the cloud. Play. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Pretty cool world. Looks like a Roadrunner cartoon. How cool is it that we can play video games like this that look like this? What used to only be able to be achieved by drawing it by hand and having zero control over it, zero interactivity. Teeth-bearing grimace, like Halo. Well, at least it's written really well so far. Trying to be cool and confidential. God, it's such a cool looking world. And the technology, sort of the mix of it. Is it sort of like a, is it any kind of a commentary on, like, you know, people that live in the desert? Does this like have something to do with the Middle East? Are they gonna have valuable resources that an invading clan of people will try to control? Will there be religious settlers and refugees that are the cause of a war? Or at least directly involved in constantly. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like a Looney Tunes cartoon, but also the animation style of like very like old Warner Brothers stuff. Roadrunner, and then also Stories of Fantastic. Yeah, The World's a Job. But then it looks like obviously like that 1970s kind of art, Mobius art or something. How do I get off this fucking thing? fires? You're not on fire? Bike's not on fire? Your little errands. Does it look like it's running the same way it's running in your computer? It feels a little bit like it's lagging a little bit. I wonder if that has to do with it being a cloud version of the game. Yeah. Might be worth just downloading it since it's not that big of a game. Yeah, it's clouding. Which is, you know, nice. Not one final jump like in Breath of the Wild? Come on. And I assume it's got to be like 3 to 6 gigabytes or something. No. Look like I'm made out of buttons. Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna like be pretty directly similar to some of the Breath of the Wild's mechanics, so that's the one that I couldn't jump up on. Where's this other guy I gotta go talk to? Spoke to JD. Halal and Driss. Go talk to Halal. Okay. I did not watch the new Matrix. I hear it's pretty good, but it's not really much of an action movie. It's more of a comedy, satire, romance, in a way. I'll give it a watch. I watched The Last Duel. Well, I tried to watch The Last Duel. I was just so tired over the holidays. I'd put on a movie with Stell's parents and fall asleep. So I watched the first half of The Last Duel and maybe the first quarter of Don't Look Up. The MGS4 of the Matrix series. Oh, God. harness. I'm a little bit worried about the new Matrix because there's so much, like Matrix 2 and 3, the Animatrix, you know, the game. I have a feeling a lot of that story is going to get called into it, but, and maybe they're not, maybe they're kind of getting away with what was interesting about the very first Matrix. Right, maybe we should just continue on. If that guy's not up here. No, there's a guy. Are you halal? Yeah, nice. They give an enthusiastic wave. A gliding stone. A warmth not borrowed from his hands, or their hands. Softly electric, like static on a cloth. Really cool visual touches. The way it all seems two-dimensional. Will I die? Looks like we're in the Blood Gulch. I had a bit of a PTSD flashbacks to trying to ride that. What was that? What were we riding? A motorcycle? Trying to hop onto that train in Dead Rising 2? It was awful. At this point, I'd much rather go back to, oh yeah, the truth was vanishing a lot that day. Dead Rising 1 has more of an impact on me so far than 2. 2's a bit messier. It's doing a lot more. It cleans up a few things, but it's also just a lot of stuff in it that is more irritating. Climb that. It's pretty high up. Just barely. I wonder if I wouldn't have made that if I didn't jump. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Is that the sun coming up? Cool. Very peaceful game. It's so nice to play these games on Game Pass and just put them on, you know? Give them a chance. Check out the world. Maybe you'll want to play it more, maybe you won't, but you don't feel like you spent a bunch of money, so you need to crumble pots. I don't feel trapped in it. I don't feel like I need to force myself to complete it. I don't feel guilty for spending money on it if I don't like it. And if I do end up really, really loving it and playing it, if it's an indie game, I might just buy it anyway, just to support the developers. Because this is a very fucking unique game. I'm really enjoying the vibe of it so far. Right now, I'm like the absolute most non-committal. I'm playing it in Game Pass on the cloud. Next step is downloading it. Stone thrums like the beat of a heart as I approach the altar. Am I afraid, exhilarated? Or maybe it feels right. I'm ready for Rohana to know me. I'm ready to know myself. I feel her curiosity in this sacred place. I know I am in her sight. Yep. Take me as I am. If you confess to killing somebody, well, that would be an interesting ethical question. Are me and Horky ethically... Oh, that's cool. I like that. Are me and Horky ethically bound to try to turn you in? Is punishment necessary when someone commits a crime? Does that really stop the cause of injustice? Does that prevent crime from happening? Crime still happens. Oi. So does this thing just glide until you hit the ground? I'm more of a proponent of how do we stop people from getting to the place where they commit these things? Prevention through society and education. Can you call your bike to? Sort of looks like a little virus. Strafe option is weird. The music is very similar to Breath of the Wild. It's just such a beautiful world. I love the animation. I love that they made this animation interactive. Speaking of interactive animation, Dragon's Lair is available on Game Pass. It might be an EA thing. Hard to keep it all straight. Whoa. Sweet dodge, bro. I'm afraid of leaving my sand cutter in a weird spot just in case I forget where it is or I have to... It becomes a pain in the ass to go back and get it. I don't know, if you killed somebody... I mean, even if I was a an officer of the law. Lithuania is not really in my jurisdiction. So I guess I would just be more curious and concerned, I guess, for you as a person and the victim. And then I'd wipe my hard drive. Hard drive in my head. Never think of it. Look at this nice bony ladder. Bony L. Bony M's bony L. Look what I got. Oh, wow, looks very horny. It's clear they know what I've just experienced. They're excited on my behalf in a way that makes me miss them before I've even left. Oh, love. It's incredible. How does it feel? Oh, exciting. True freedom. I'm a little queen. Like a warm hug. Tell Halal I feel almost embraced by the perpetual, warm and safe, my own little bubble. They swoon. Oh, it's such a nice way of describing it. Halal's mood doesn't darken, but the sigh they let out holds a bit of sorrow. You're very lucky, you know. I miss it so much, that feeling, just floating on a breeze. Then I grew these horns and I popped my own bubble. But I suppose it's best that it fades with age, or else I might never have come back from my gliding. I'd just be out there heaving myself into chasms. I'll heave myself into chasms for you. Oh. Is that really what you do? Are we calling him a liar? Them a liar? Hey, think about it. Why not? If I had the power, why not use it? I know people manage to keep it up, but I don't know that I've got the time to practice as much as they do. It takes a really serious focus. Hila laughs, even if there's a bit of regret in it. And I certainly haven't got that. Gliding wouldn't mean much if it were all gains and no loss. Zizo! Do you like tasks? What the hell's that thing? Cum egg? Offered up by the comms when planting themselves into the ground, perfectly smooth and hard as a rock. These eggs seem to float with how light they are. There must be a good place to deliver these. Where's this tower? See, this is where it feels like it's going really smooth here. And then once we get down here, it's like, cloud! So they're really quite the fans of BOT dubs. Well, so am I. Let's all climb the tower. Let's all climb the tower. Clan child. Seems like something I've heard a lot, but only in books. I'm running up to the top. Running up to the top. Cizo is now climber to the Ibexi, but I've known her for nearly as long as I can recall. Think of her more as a kind of distant relation than any sort of outsider. Machinists, I'm told, are given their posts and by their training, and their code must go to where they are needed. But Cizo has been among us so long that it's easy to forget it's an assignment first and foremost. As far as any of us are concerned, she is one of us. I think there's a perception among the other clans that the Ibexi are quite insular, or that our designation of Ibexi versus Outclimbers suggests some nervous othering of those who are unlike us. But in practice, such things are more of a result of our nomadic nature. We seek to know who will travel with us, and who we must leave behind, but all are welcome to join. And I'm always pleased that Cizo did. Sable! How do you do, clan child? I can only think of one thing. Cum eggs. Better, now I'm getting a bike! Cecil has a throaty quality to her voice, and it rumbles through her mask when she laughs. She's quite a serious person most days, and I'm always torn between pride and alarm when I manage to make her chuckle.
Yes, JD told me how excited you were.
Cecil sniffs. She also told me Driss would be coming along to get your bike together, but I think you may have... Anyway! What? I'd meant to say that out loud, so I tell her I was just clearing my throat. I don't begrudge Driss or his forgetfulness. Were I tasked with so many odds and ends, I might be just as scattered, and besides, this would be good for you. I want you to scavenge a hover bike parts yourself. Am I gonna make my own hover bike? Ask Caesar if I expect to make my own hover bike. No, you're not gonna make your hover bike. You're going to build your own hover bike. Of course. To make suggests you are creating something. But your bike already exists. They simply haven't taken form yet. Oh, that's cool. The bike is a they as well. Take this. Cecil hands me something. This is a navigator. Mark waypoints. Find old parts. Do tasks. Open world. Our bikes are reborn in the ruined ships and fragments spread apart. A good start would be the ship down there near the camp. Find another one up on that great rock near the other side of the canyon. And another behind the old dam on the hill. Control panel, power supply, and a calibrator. Do most gliders make their own bikes? Only the lucky ones. Alright. Would make nice musical tones. I did it. The balloon is more fun than the person in it. I approach the cartographer. Greetings, child. So you're looking longingly at my great balloon. Quite a piece of work, isn't she? Longingly? She really is. But not enthusiastically. It really is an impressive vessel. However, nervous I get imagining being up there all alone. And what if anyone's ever fallen off of one? Best not to ask right now. Good to meet you. And I should introduce myself. I'm Jordan. I tell him I'm Sable. Suppose if you come all the way to see me, it's probably a map you're after. Hey, Sable! I would love a map. 50... What did he want? 50 nuts? Glide. There's no stamina for the gliding. The only stamina is how long can you personally hold the button down. I need to find my bike. Can I summon my bike? Nice. Whoops. Alright, speak to JD, get some cuts, take the bike, go to the other places. Maybe we should speak to JD right now while I'm here. Maybe. Jody. JD. That's not JD. It's long. That's dress. I try to hedge the way I speak about needing 50 cuts for a map. I'm not entirely sure whether it's too much, not enough, or precisely its value. Which tells me not to worry. Here's some money to get you going on the journey. Use it most wisely, and then a little unwisely when the mood strikes. It's good to know the value of money, but you never want to be ruled by it. Thank JD effusively and head out over that way. Pretty good writing. Pretty good writing. Alright, I'm gonna go to that guy and get my van. Zeki's shoulders sag a little. I wonder what she's thinking about. Zeki's voice is weakly incredulous. I don't know how she's done it. That's Hilaria over there. I follow her gaze to a little speck in the distance, which I now understand is her daughter, Hilaria. You want me to get her back? Zeki shakes her head. Nah, she's fine and I'll get her. I'm just parenting. I suppose I'll know more about that when I'm older. Alright, let's go see this person. Climb, 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 climb. Stamina. Up! I wonder if they didn't have the stamina on the glide because they just thought that'd be too similar to Breath of the Wild. What do you want, kid? Hilaria. A Colonel Gammer too. Greetings, child. I'll buy that map. Oh, just doesn't it make you want to play Hollow Knight? Going around buying maps off weirdos? Oh god. I want to play some new Hollow Knight. So good. I just want to be in that world and meet those characters and have those duels and explore the blackness and the whiteness. So they all leave at a certain age and glide until they can't glide no more, and then they come back and then they carry on with their life. It's interesting. Hey, I talked to your kid. You don't care. Yeah, I think Silksong is probably doing fine. I mean, they're not like... It's not like they're adding a lot of crazy stuff to it, right? Looks like they're gonna stick with the formula. Yeah, I'm happy kind of not thinking about it too much. I mean, there's things in games like this that appear where I think about Breath of the Wild 2 and I think about Hollow Knight, but it's like when I still cared about new Star Wars movies, how I'd be so bummed because I'd like, oh my god, I have to wait a year and a half until Christmas. You're trying to forget about it, which is a hard thing to do. And now it's like, whatever. What are you gonna? What's Disney gonna do? Whoa, that was weird. That was a cloud thing, I guess. It sort of fit the, just the visual nature of it. Anyway. Boat. That's how the ancient ones used to live. What a boat. Oh. Okay. Try the ladders. It was a very difficult test, getting around that pillar. Sort of looks sort of Star Wars-y. The architecture and a lot of the stuff. Come on, Sable, you can do it. And what are you all about? It's like a spool of thread. Oh, I found that thing I was supposed to get. I'll take the wheelchair ramp out of here. Thank you very much. Yeah, great music. Fits the visuals perfectly. Some more to this place? Oh, really? So they've kind of like designed the map and then thought they were going to get to that stuff later, and right. God, it's so beautiful. I see, speaking of ambitious and independent, I see that No Man's Sky is on Xbox Game Pass. Which is kind of funny since, I mean, Sony's the one that put a bunch of money into it, right? I think Sony's the ones that caused the whole problem. I think that they got them to shoot higher, you know? Oh, what if you had multiplayer and all this stuff? And then they promised the world and could not deliver. Yeah, I mean, I hear it's like definitely one of the most improved games of all time. From its release to what it's become now. But I remember not really knowing what it was, you know, other than just the lofty goals of it, and then hearing about somebody playing it and they're describing it, and I think, oh, it's one of those games. It's a walk around and collect stuff and try to survive. I didn't think it was going to be like that. I mean, basically, Minecraft is a survival game, but you don't really think about it. I think Minecraft more is building. Building and progression. It's like a nice back door. Halt. But I guess all games need some kind of challenge or some kind of goal you need to deal with. This isn't where I just was, is it? Looks pretty similar. It's like so many games, they just have to go with, well, we had a cool idea for the plot and some gimmicks, but in the end, it's all about you pressing a button and destroying enemies. Whether you're shooting them or throwing things at them or hitting them with a big stick. And using a shield. All comes back down to that. Oh yeah. And even if like Undertale, defense still comes to like Undertale. You know, half of the gameplay in Undertale is all the defense and the dodging this bullet hell stuff. Like that's like some of the very first ideas in video games ever. You know, like playing Space Invaders or Galaga or any of that shit. It's items coming towards you and you dodging them. Or even like Pong, dots coming towards you and you trying to hit them. Unless you think of like the side of your screen where you're moving the Pong paddle as you're moving the entire thing. Try not to have your negative space hit it. Looks like this guy's got glowing yellow poop. What are you, butterfly man? Well, this looks really similar to the last one. Yeah. Yeah, I have to try a Loop Hero now. You know, like earlier we were talking about how because they can just fix anything they want, it means that sometimes they put out games that aren't finished and they finish it later. But a game like this, what if they put it out as a hard copy and they stuck with that idea of, well, let's have a capped, weird, glitchy frame rate for the camera, and everybody hated it. But this is something that you could put that out digitally and get a lot of feedback from people and realize, oh, that was stupid, let's change that. I want a calibrator. Let's take away about 1 million of these markers. Oh, look, it goes to them automatically. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's good. La 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 la. La 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 la. Find a power supply. Ships of old. It's funny that I had some bugs very early on in Halo. You know, like this is your flagship game. This is actually really part of the reason that I got an Xbox and I was excited that Game Pass would provide Halo for me. And I had some weirdo weapons glitch right in the first area. And what's glitching? Using the same guns from 20 years ago is glitching. Don't know if I can climb that thing. Maybe you can climb more because of the way this looks. No. Yeah, if you could do little jumps and stuff and tricks. Or if you could sort of build up speed in some ways and then... But like you have to be really careful with how you're flying to maintain that speed boost. That'd be cool. Have it build up more momentum and speed and try not to hit anything. Yeah, a little bit of flying boost. Go have jumps. All that kind of stuff. I like this track that's on by Japanese Breakfast, or the one that was before. That sort of... It's just kind of has this weird, like, morning... Well, I know that they're called Japanese Breakfast, but the track literally sounds like Japanese Breakfast to me. Where it's like slightly Asian sounding, slightly it's kind of like digital, but with respect to the organic qualities of life. Can she make it? Will she make it? Oh, she made it. Huh. Link. Oh yeah, Ball on Underworld. That came out this year. Wow. What a year it was. Ball on Wonderworld. Ratchet & Clank. Returnal. Demon Souls Remake. This game. 12 minutes. It Takes Two. I've been so brainwashed by the Game Awards to think that these are the best games that have come out. My favorite thing at the end of the year was listening to Giant Bomb's incredible Game of the Year shows, but the last they started doing some changes and just really wasn't that into it. And then like most of their top guys left. The Bell and Wonderworld creator, he probably feels like shit because they put him in a position to fail and he failed miserably. He's a guy that was respected in the game industry, and then Square gave him enough rope to hang himself. So he's probably losing his mind. He's probably thinking, like, my whole life I've been known as this game developer. And yeah. It's Square. It's like Square almost did it as a prank. Here you go. Here's $50 million. Oh, we're going to make some great cutscenes for this game. How many buttons does it have? 1? Wow. Here, you want Nomura to start writing some stuff for you? Alright, let's read this story. So while touring the studio for this Sega Dreamcast launch game, Star Fox clone, with all this great technology, Yuji Naka, thinking they wouldn't understand Japanese, started talking about what parts of our tech they were going to take for Sonic. Sonic. Back when that had a lot of weight. And then basically said as soon as they ship, fire everyone but one of the engineers who knows their system and roll him into our team for Sonic. My team heard all that, so you can imagine how they felt. Naka was pretty powerful at Sega at the time. Why? Because he was like a producer on 2 Sonic games? So I had a group of 5 engineers that now knew what was potentially happening to their baby. They were, outside of NFL 2K and 2K Studio Visual Concepts, the only people in North America working on an 128-bit gaming console. It was pretty easy to get another job. So they did. I had to go to Bernie and tell him, I just lost my 5 lead engineers, and I've got a proprietary engine. Even if I hire, I've got a healthy burn rate. We were an expensive title for that time. It was a lot of money, and it was impossible to justify. It would have taken me 2 months to hire, another 2 months to ramp up, so I got 4 months of burn rate where pretty much nothing's happening. Oh no. The only option at this stage was to approach Visual Concepts to see if it had any capacity to help out, as it was the only other North American studio with experience on the system. Visual Concepts was understandably busy preparing its own games for launch and couldn't help. The final nail of the coffin was shaping up to be one of Dreamcast's most promising first-party titles. Taking these facts into account, the project was canned, despite the fact that, according to Subotnick, there were big plans afoot, including a range of toys. Wow. The disappointing experience with Geist Force was the catalyst for him leaving Sega. He would later join Microsoft and worked on the launch of both the original Xbox console and the 360. He's currently employed as the director of desktop gaming, creator segment, and products at Intel. Wow. Knock, on the other hand, is back in the headlines after releasing his first self-made game in 37 years. Ball on Wonderworld. Ah, well, it all works out, doesn't it? So Yuji Naka, it's like you look at Naka being an asshole and you think, oh man, Naka ruined it for Sega. But Sega put him in the position. So like, it's like when you go to a restaurant and their manager is an asshole. It's probably because the owner is an asshole and the owner hires other assholes. So, yeah, Naka's a fucking moron. And then Square just didn't even... Square was like, yeah, I'll give this guy a shot. Probably just as a joke. Is that where I need to go? More like these sound effects. Yeah, well, fuck Yuji Naka. Looks like he got what he deserved. He was coasting on the success of... I have to go up the tower that I'm on. He's coasting on the success of the Sonic games, which were like pretty good for their time, but not even completely great games. You know. I recently played Sonic 1 and 2. They're really, really fun for the first half, but they don't hold up at like a... to complete them all the way through. They're way too difficult. They're not even fair. And that's all he ever did. Well, you can just jump. Square did both the Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy. Wow. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy looks pretty good. Like the movie, it looks like the one they just didn't put as much thought into, and it ended up being great. And then you got the Avengers, which, like the Avengers movies, requires probably the most care, or has the most pressure on it. And they fucked it up. They probably thought that was going to be the big golden goose of a game we could like do tons of multiplayer with and have it be a persistent game. And it fucked up. Oh, really? It's the Deus Ex people. Oh, no shit. Yeah, I should have went in that cylinder. It looked like the place to go. Or this cylinder. Yeah, I know the Deus Ex team, they said they were going to have a break from the series, which they really needed. Maybe, am I supposed to add power to this thing? No, I think I already did that. Or didn't need to in the first place. I wish somebody else would, or you just follow it. Cool. Cuts! Oh! Made from metal harvested from crashed ships. They have holes punched through the middle where a rope can be slid through. Oh, they can make another Deus Ex game. They just need, like... They just need somebody like, what's their name? Arcane to make it. No, Arcane's not good at storytelling. So to make a good Deus Ex game, you need somebody who gets stealth and being able to have like tons of open ways of approaching something. And then also like an actually good paranoid story. But if you look at the very first Deus Ex, it was impressive because that first level, it was really big, and there were actually different ways to go about it. It felt like when they were doing Deus Ex Mankind Divided, it was like, okay, you can go here, and there's a door that has a security code on it, so you can hack it. Right next to it, there's a vent. Right next to it is something heavy. Like, it was so brain dead. It felt like you didn't have to think about anything. You just, like, yep, here's your stupid options you wanted. Kojima? Maybe. I mean, I remember what I loved about Deus Ex Human Revolution was that I just played Metal Gear Solid 4 at the time. And I thought, oh, this is so great because it's like got all the cool parts of Metal Gear Solid 4, but it's not overdoing any of them. You know, it's got cutscenes, but they're not too long. It's got the sci-fi story, but it's not, you know, like to crazy Kojima levels. It was everything I wanted out of Metal Gear Solid, actually. So you just need somebody that understands actually having different ways to play and is equally, comfortable with doing gunplay and stealth, melee, computer hacking, all this stuff. Oh, okay. It's just get to the place and run up the place. That's good advice, Horky. I'm flirting. I feel like I'm playing Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I think I did. Alright, we're looking for something and it's over here. So we're not searching. We are merely collecting. I got the money. Eh. Can you make it? No. I got Koopos. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not one for like, there's a good ending and a bad ending. And I go, ugh. So what, I gotta reload it and play this again? Don't really want to do that. Zhuang. Yeah, it's hard to know what's what in the story. What's the real ending? What's the real story? And Yahtzee from Zero Punctuation always brings it up, where if there's the good ending or the bad ending, he feels very compelled, you know, to make sure he gets the good ending. I usually end up just watching them at that point. I'll play through the game. I like to play it and complete it and the challenge of it, and then the story is kind of secondary to me. It's in that wreck of metal it pointed you at. And a big wreck of metal. Oh, that big guy? Yeah, when I think of the best stories, I think of The Last of Us. That doesn't need any choice at all. What else? Well, you know, Firewatch had an interesting story, and that had a lot of different choices. But the entire gameplay was centered around dialogue, to the point where even if you took too long to decide choosing an option, that was an option. But that's, you know, that was the whole point of it. There really wasn't much else to that game, other than in terms of gameplay. There was lots to do with it, like its visual impact and the music and stuff, and the voice acting. But That was the game. Hello. Stop messing about with those buttons, you absolute idiot. Sorry, Raman. Concentrate. I don't think I have to remind you how much work it was to get this far. We're almost there. Let's see if what that old machinist told us holds up. If not, there'll be hell to pay. I hear the sound of mechanical adjustments being made. 3 clicks, buttons being pressed, perhaps? Okay, when I push this orange thing, pull that lever. Hard. Yes, Raman. The sound of a click and a loud grunt before a snapping sound. Oh, on Roanna's mask. Not that hard. You've torn it out. Suddenly, the speakers are filled with static and a low rumble that gradually increases in pitch. And then the sounds of someone cheering. It worked. We're flying. More cheering. Is that the sound of someone dancing? Let's focus. This thing is moving fast. We need to slow it down a bit. How do we do that, Roman? Let me check the machinist's notes. A long pause. Rumbling static sound that started playing when the ship took off is still increasing in pitch. Ramen? That lever. Toma, the one you just ripped out. We're going too fast. We're going to crash. We need to try to... The recording cuts off there. I like the way those things are just sort of drawn on. Do-do-do-do-do. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. You looking for a calibrator? I'm immediately on guard. Simon's always been a mischief maker and taken tremendous pleasure in tormenting me. In theory, I'm older, more experienced, should be more than able to withstand it. In practice, you won't find it here. I've hidden it. You'll never find it. Never. She never fails to get to me. You're a horrible child. Huh. Simon laughs off my irritation, but I'm not going to give her the satisfaction. I cross my arms to try to effect a change. I'll give you the calibrator. I put out my hand, proud of myself for standing tall before Simon. If you give me some beetles. That's a fair trade, isn't it? Something you want for something I want. I try to decide if it's more mature to push her over and steal the calibrator, or to acquiesce. But I simply stifle a sigh and shake her little hand. Perhaps some of the adults in the camp know where I can find some beetles. Do you want to go find some beetles? Okay. Go find some more things. Boop up. Boop up up boop up. A lot of this music sounds like Final Fantasy. That little mischievous music and this music here sound like that from the Final Fantasy 8 and 9 era. Go ask an adult, will ya? Where is this person? Oh, maybe they just think... Do they just mean the camp in general? There's a nest of beetles just east of here. You can't just walk up to one and catch it, though. There's some seeds growing on the rocks around the nest. Drop a seed in the floor and the beetle will start eating it. Okay. East of here. So what would that be? Are you a compass? East. Oh, east. Just east of here. Okay. All right, they're all given the same advice. So off we go. I see the rocks. If they would have remade Final Fantasy VII with more restraint, they could have done it. It didn't have to look like the most top of the line Final Fantasy game ever created. What'd they say? Use some rocks? Or is that them up there? Climb up the thing to my left? That thing? Or this? Gather beetles. Gather beetles. Ooh, 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 ooh. Birds and beetles. Bitches and brownies. There we go. You can't just walk up to a beetle. You must use the seeds. I feel like I'm in the world of Dune. I guess I need some kind of an item. Need to drop a seed. Okay. So I need some kind of a seed. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 bum. There we go. A seed. Ah. Now I'll get you, beetle. Wait for him to start eating. He loves it. Well, I guess I sneak up behind him. Bum bum ba dum bum. Bum bum ba da bum. Bum 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 bum. Ah! Gotcha! Yeah! Give the beetles. She plays in a cave underneath the camp. All right. The performance is rough because I'm playing on cloud. And we get some very graphically intensive beetles. This is no joke. Dun, dun, dun. So when Horky played, you got to the cave before her? So you didn't have to mess around with her and the beetles? Oh. Oh, you had to wait for her to arrive. Oh. Oh, even stranger. That's odd. No teleporting, it's the real deal. They must be in the game. I'm running. She likes to play in the caves below the camp. Yes. Look at those wonderful hats they've made for those crates. There were a couple of people that used to come to the stream that would play those old, or not those old, those computery mobile Final Fantasy games, Leonard. I think it was like maybe Prince and maybe Felix. They play World of Final Fantasy and like Mobius Final Fantasy and all that stuff. The caves. Hey, little bitch. I feel embarrassingly vindicated as I hand Simon the Beatles. But rather than gloat, she hands me the calibrator and begins to cry. What have I done? You're leaving. You're leaving and you'll never come back. Ah! Let her cry it out. She blows her nose and wipes her hand on her tunic. Yara never came back after the last gliding. Aren't you sad you were a friend? She might visit again someday. People leave, that's their choice. I tell Simon Yara's allowed to do whatever she likes. And that if it's her choice to go, we must respect it. I wonder if she can tell I'm putting in a little extra weight in my voice, which I hope sounds like the wisdom of age. You wouldn't leave forever, right? Well. I start to speak, but Simon cuts me off with a wail. Please don't go. I tell Simon not to worry. That I'll be back sooner than she knows, and I'm sure she pouts behind the mask. And I add that if I'm not back sooner than she knows, then she'll be ready for her gliding by then, and she can come bother me herself. Promise? I say yes. Good, then I suppose I can come see you off. I thank her and say goodbyes for now. Well, well, well. Deliver the parts to Ciso. Oh, Ciso. Crystal Farmers. Wonder how much bigger this game gets. Looking at her phone. She's running up the stairs. These young gliders. Dude. I really wanted to, I like instinctively wanted to use my Halo Infinite grapple gun. Oh, you're not Ciso. Which one's Ciso? I return to Ciso with the parts, and it's as she waves me over, I feel a pang of sadness in my chest. When will I see her again once I'm gone? Well done, Sable. Yeah, this is everything we need. Are you ready to assemble a bike of your own? I'm ready. Then let's head to the workshop. Ciso relaxes in the workshop. It isn't that she's particularly rigid or anxious ordinarily, but there's a certain calm beauty that one truly appreciates when Ciso's in her element. I wonder if it's this way for all machinists. What you must understand, Sable, is that the components you acquire, they fit together, not by chance, not by effort, but by nature. They belong to her. Whoops. We are assembling her from what she has already been. We're not making. I nod and feel a soft buzzing in my ears. Among my clan, we believe that machines have names, held for ages like deep secrets, unheard by those unequipped to listen. We'll find this one's name together. Assemble the machine. Booty, buddy, booty, booty, buddy. Ooh. Listen. Seems like Tilter had a moment, leaning closer to Simon? All at once I know the hoverbike's name. Simoon! I say it in a whisper, let's see so know. Simoon. Well done, Sable. What sort of name is that? If it speaks to any particular clan or culture. If it does, then I do not know it. Perhaps you will find out on your journey. Or perhaps you won't, but I hardly think it matters. You are bonded all the same. I tell Simoon I'm eager to know her better, and Ciso looks quite proudly at the both of us. You're ready then for the gliding. May all the gods turn their faces from you, Sable. An odd blessing, perhaps, but Ciso's prone to such things, and I can read in her tone it was meant quite sweetly. You must learn to listen to Simoon. Together, seek out my fellow machinists on your travels, Sable. They will teach you the art of machine whispering. Oh, yeah, take this. It's a machinist badge. You'll meet plenty of my ilk when you're gliding. Show them your worth and they'll give you more badges. I thank twice and give a bow. The final gliding ceremony. Nice looking bike. You need to go to JD. Three badges and then a mask. You know how it is. How can Simon manage to contain so much chaos and verve in so small a form? There's something troublesome being dreamed up behind that mask. I know it. Ooh, what's this? Cool. The Abixi red bike. There we go. Return with a new lightness, but it makes the weight of my departure feel heavier still. What a strange day. Sable! Is that a badge you've got there? Cecil gave it to me. I tell JD that Cecil gave me the badge. Then you must have earned it. Well done. I give a bow of thanks. Well, Sable, if you keep this up, you'll be headed for the mask caster in no time. Try to think about going to a mask caster, but it seems impossibly far away. Imagine choosing what I want to be. Forever. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry about it. You'll get plenty of badges when you're out there, and once you've got 3 alike, you can trade it in for a mask. For that mask. But don't feel like your first mask is your final choice. The gliding is about freedom and exploration. Claim as many as you wish. Only at your final ceremony will you be asked to choose one. How will I choose? You'll have to feel it out, but when you know, you'll know. Now. Ooh, the tone of her now puts the butterflies back in my stomach. With all of this done, there's only one thing left. Time to walk through the face door at the Temple of Rohana. Okay. Ooh, I got trousers. It's time to grow up. It's time to leave the nest. It's time to become more than what a child can be. It's time to glide. Glide, I say. And not just this gliding that I can already do, but to really glide. How lucky am I to live, to progress, to become more, to find a purpose, to play a video game. To have support. To listen to Zelda-ish music and explore in Zelda-ish ways. Ooh. Yeah, it's pretty limited to just like gliding and motorcycling. I mean, that's the great thing about Breath of the Wild is that there's those 4 abilities that you really get to work with. You can really do so much with. Press L to crouch. Where's this guy? Head to the temple. This is the temple. Okay. Where do we need to go? No? Maybe I need to climb up? Just go further in? Should I climb up there? This looks like an Uncharted puzzle. That's it. That's the one. Yes. One. that on your face. You like masks? Feels like the last one. Yes. Ooh, look at these freaks. I've seen Eyes Wide Shut. And that's that. I don't know who all those people are. They're the ones that have died. They're the priests. I like that head. It looks like it's straight out of Hypnospace Outlaw. Making good time. Cool. It'll be cool to see how they like approach the open worldness of it and like the exploration and what that's all about. All right, here we go. You're gonna have to swallow this pill. Oh, it's postbox. The postbox pill. Suppository. Hello, Sable. JD's voice echoes strangely through the machine. It still warms me. Well, Sable, this is it. By the time you hear this, we'll have gone. The gliding is a journey that must begin alone. There's a certain nuance lost in transmission, and for that I'm grateful. It'd be far too much to hear the cracks in her voice and not run weepily into her arms and stay forever. But I'm ready, so I close my eyes and listen. Though you go by yourself, you're not without friends. You're not without family. You're not without love. These things you will always carry with you as you do your mask. And I know I'm not supposed to do this, but if I were you, I might go and see Utari. They're the machinist at Burnt Oak Station, and among Caesar's closest friends. Utari is a good contact to have on one's gliding, and a fine way to get another machinist badge if you're so inclined. Only a suggestion, though. As for us, I'll send another message once we've returned to the Ewer So keep an eye on the post boxes and try not to forget us. She takes a long breath, and I forget that things as easy as breathing could ever exist. The world is waiting, Sable. Good luck. The friggin' world! Don't forget your bike. I hope your dad feels better. The ceremony. Leave the canyon. Oh, the real bike. Ooh, it has such nice sounds. Doesn't sound so rickety boppity poopity. What do you think of the way this thing switches from drive to strafe mode? And in strafe mode, all you can do is strafe. Wouldn't it make more sense to just hold it and let you strafe as you're moving? Why does it make sense to totally, completely stop? It's pretty odd. Alright, let's take this little bike. This beautiful bike. Get the heck out of here. Oh my god, that can't be good for your back. Looks like a bloody camel. Like a camel fetus in the womb. It's terrible posture. But perhaps it's the most aerodynamic. So you may wreck your back, but you'll get there a little faster. That was nice. It's like Death Stranding. That's an interesting part of the strategy, is that you can run out of climbing stamina, but as you're falling, you can glide, even with no stamina. So you can get to a part that you wouldn't be able to reach normally.
Oi. Oh no.
Yeah, that was cool. Just like Death Stranding when they have those big open world traversal sections with a really beautiful atmospheric music. Wake up. It's a challenge not to view scrappers through quite a romantic lens. As I look towards my gliding as a child, I picture myself as a dust-covered traveler, exploring strange forbidden places and finding strange forgotten things. Treasure hunter of old and arcane objects. Even though I'm certain the grind of sifting through sand and dirt for useful tools and things left over can wear anyone down, like a grind would, I cannot help but weave some thread of my fantasy in the reality of work. Greetings, glider. Name's Alton. I give a bow and introduce myself as Sable. You find much scrap metal out there, Sable? All the time. It's been known to happen. Good, good. Alton leans back and looks up at the ceiling thoughtfully. Got a task for you then, if you're up for it. The hesitation in my voice is a product of gentle intimidation, but I stand up straight and casual enough to seem like I'm up for anything. Alton seems to believe it enough. I need scrap, Sable, and lots of it. And you out there already, doing basically nothing. Alton chuckles to himself. Shouldn't say it like that. Gliding's odd, eh? You have nothing to do, so you have everything to do. Wonder if anyone's ever spent their gliding just lying around. I don't know if that counts as gliding. I would die. I say with a smirk, I don't imagine what would count as, or I don't imagine that would count as a gliding. But at the same time, what if some people do go out and use the time to simply be with themselves in a safe and reflective space? I guess this is kind of like the Australian walkabout, eh? In the sandy, hot wasteland. Would it matter as much what mask we chose if we found our purpose deep within? Oh no. Should I be doing that? Alton clears his throat and I'm grateful to be shaken free. Anyhow, the task. Let's see if you can understand this one. Yeah? It's a bit complex. I tell him I'm ready. Go out, find scrap, bring it to me. Is that all? I ask Alton if that's all. What do you mean, is that all? That's scrapping! You want the job or not? I tell him I'm happy for any reason to explore and that I'll return with everything I find. I say goodbye to Alton. It's a cool name, Alton. Alright, well, I guess we'll go find some scrap. And that's it for Xbox Gaming today. That was a lot of fun. I think I'll just download this one. And I still have a few others I wanted to play. I wanted to play Sunset Overdrive. I wanted to play the Master Chief Collection I still need to download. I wanted to play a whole bunch of games. I want to play Rainbow Six, Yakuza 5, City Skylines, Wasteland, Stellaris, Desperados 3, all these old classic 360 games, Tetris, Battlefront, yeah, Far Cry 2, Morrowind, Deep Rock, 12 minutes. Lots and lots and lots and lots of games to play. I got my big external 5 terabyte drive, so I'll be installing a bunch of games to those, and yeah, looking forward to more Xboxing. Thanks, Horky.